What's up, guys? Hey. Yeah, I mean, it's failing a little bit. 6,700's supportive to some degree. A loss of 6,700 would be somewhat bearish. I think we've got a pretty clean path down to that, at least. We did clear gamma neutral on the weekly, so a little bit of supportive gamma, but not a ton. Obviously, huge fucking downside gap, so. What's up, guys? Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It was mm, it was like a family friend kind of thing. So, um, yeah. Good morning. Has your girlfriend seen your centaur half yet? Yes. Fam's good. Everyone's fine. Nothing to worry about. Seriously. Asking the real questions. Okay. Yeah, sure. Does your girlfriend know that your birthday is next month and that internet strangers will party with you? I think so. Not the second part. I'll probably party with her, but yes, ish. Maybe. I think dating has made me an alcoholic. That's possible. Have you just switched to not having dates but also drinking? You have a girlfriend? Yeah. When did I miss this? Had one for a while. Thanks, PMJ. SPXW one day implied move changed a lot from PM update to AM update. What would cause that? Changes in open interest. So when we do the update at close, we're doing it using the CBOE closing report, which doesn't have any changes in open interest. So you're technically looking at the open interest from the prior day, and then And then the morning report, you're looking at the prior close, which would be like the 4 o'clock close. Would said girlfriend want to join a party with internet strangers? Would she enjoy watching us Ko-Fi you lots of money to say dumb things? Probably not. I noticed your mental health change a lot for the better when you got a girlfriend. Huh. Is that when you stopped caring about my trading journey? No, 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 no. I didn't care about your trading journey prior to that. No more stranded hallway girls for if I. What time is the morning update? Usually like 6:30 a.m. ish. What's shacking? How much older is she than you? I assume she's 60 plus. Why would you assume that? Gherkin didn't really pull his back out picking up a charger. No, I did. Are you sure she's not trying to increase her port like all of us? I mean, that's ultimately what everyone would like, I think. Thanks for pulling all of my money out of puts overnight. Also, where are all my funds and my trading account? Here for the journey. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the fake Gherks have gotten out of control again. I think that means living together. I don't know. Shacking sounds like a southern term, like something like a southern grandma would ask me on a Sunday. Will GS at some point show the expected moves? It's in this update, the 1 day implied move. The expected move isn't. That's all me. Is your girlfriend's name Erica? No. He thinks you married up. I'm not. Oh no, I'm not married. Living together, not married. Oh no. Is this bullish consolidation so far? Yeah, support at 6,700 would probably confirm that. She must know about Gamma Strike though, right? No idea. Oh yes, I got a friend request too. Also not from me. I did get a fake Gherk request this week. Nice. Atomic as well. Yeah, or GF and DF are 0. Oh, is that what's going on right now? Yeah, look at that. Nuke, just so you know, these charts don't need to go negative. I don't know if that's currently taking up any space, but if it is, let me tell you. He asked me for my trading platform passwords. It's living together, not married. Shacking? Why? Why is that? I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't make a lot of sense, the terminology. It sounds like a Leo DiCaprio relationship. Fancy dinners and boning. No talking. You think he doesn't talk to his his girlfriends? Given that they're all like 20 and his face is 54. Maybe they don't have a lot to talk about. But no, we talk all the time. If we guessed your girlfriend's name, there's no way you would actually confirm. That's correct. No, actually, they do. What about oil futures going negative? Futures are different. Sure, okay. Not invalid, but the rest of them don't. What does your girlfriend think you do for a living? Um, I'm a professional mourner and a chicken sexer, part time. Her name is not Gherkin. If you get a chance, can you look at MSTR? I can't tell if it's about to dump or not. I think it'll dump if Bitcoin goes up. I love how right when I got done writing Pickles picks, the market just went straight up all the way until this morning. That's my favorite. I'm looking at MSTR. It's like barely moved today. Bitcoin's still dropping. Yeah, maybe it'll start squeezing when the drop on Bitcoin starts stabilizing a bit. Because in the South they live in shacks. That makes more sense. Is your girlfriend related to Darth Dan? No, not at all. Leo's face is aging at an accelerated rate as if to catch up for the years of being a baby face. Yeah, something like that. I think he just keeps getting Botox. Like, he's gotten so much Botox that it's made his face swell. And it's starting to get that, like, leathery sheen to it. Chicken sexing is a very difficult job. That's why it pays the big bucks. What are you talking about with your girlfriend? My wife likes to talk about work, teacher, and it's mostly complaining. I don't like to talk about my work because it's boring. Hmm. I don't know. All kinds of stuff. I think if we just find where Gherk lives, we'll figure out who his girlfriend is. No. Where does shrimp fit in? Well, depends on how adventurous you are, Jim. Talking about to the wife about trading is worse because she just wants to spend the profits. Have you taught her about doing her own trading? At large, my wife complains about work constantly. I tell her to quit. She won't do it. I think women just like complaining. That sounds sexist. Do you not complain about things? She wants to know that you're listening to her complain. It's not about the complaint. It's about the support. And if she quit, she wouldn't have anything for you to support her about. She'd be bored all the time, which sounds terrible. Why is my bottom right chart different than the one on the stream? Ah, I assume are referring to this one. This is the OI plus the intraday gamma. This is simply intraday gamma for the last 15 minutes in a rolling window. So this updates 1 minute every minute and displays a 15-minute window of time. I can set mine to look the same as yours though by doing that. So if I set mine to 1 day, it'll match yours. I do not live in a shack, thank you very much. It's a tiny home. Okay. Leo's face is like early stage RFK. Ooh, yeah, interesting. Is it a real job or are you just a hobbyist? Hobbyist. A couples therapist taught me and my partner that it helps to ask, is this conversation for problem solving or for venting? I see that you're also autistic. What the hell is going on with IWM? It's going up because rate cuts are being presumed. I've never dated a girl that understands the market, and I like it that way. Hmm. Your mom liked it when the pickle jar gave her a Christmas card last year. Can we also give your girlfriend a Christmas card this year, if it makes you happy? Is your girlfriend a centaur or more of a dragon lady? Neither? Human? Human person. 60% chance she lives in New York. Sorry to dox, but I'm pretty confident in that. Your confidence is well founded. He's complaining about her complaining. Yeah, right now. Man-plaining. I've talked to her about trading. She'd be amazing at it. Math degree. And I imagine her risk management would be great. You know, you'd think that, but JFresh is terrible at trading. My nurse wife says, how do you know? How do I know what? I don't understand people that like to complain. But you said you married someone that likes to complain. It feels like I'm about to learn a lot this stream. You mean volume? You said OI. No. The 1 day time frame includes, so yours includes both OI and volume. And here the 1 day time frame includes OI, but the rest of them 1 hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute are all volume based. So that'll be on the new real-time data. Discord wants you to turn on Discord, please. All right, all right. Was there a reason for the pump overnight? Yeah, wasn't there like some I thought there was some softening of rhetoric from Basant, something about delaying November 1st tariffs in China, which I don't personally think fucking matters, but uh, Moran did exactly what I expected this morning, which was just be dovish as fuck. I think Beige Book's going to be somewhat important today, so that should be kind of interesting. Is she a pizza or sandwich girl? I'm not sure I know what that means. She could be from Jersey. Fuck you. Thank you, Danger. Formerly Bananimal. There can't be that many women in New York. True. That's a good point. Why aren't the quants millionaires? Well, because every time Dork gets $1,000 in his trading account, he goes and buys like a household item and then doesn't put money back in his trading account for like another year. And then JFresh has a habit of continuously selling calls until he has leveraged his entire account on closing spreads and then having them close in the money. That's also the same reason for the Gex chart being different, correct? She either likes pizza or sandwiches. What if neither? Such a hater. If Carl was here doing his moderator job, that Jersey comment would have gotten a timeout. It's true. Show us your hands. Are they orange? That was fucking great. Well played, sir. Very, very well played. I don't get why that was funny, because girls from New Jersey are covered in tanner. Anyway, if my hands were orange, you still wouldn't know if it was a girl from Jersey or Trump. Who knows what we've had to do to keep Gamma Strike from getting canceled. How could you trust anyone that doesn't like pizza or sandwiches? I don't. What about like Asian people? Those things aren't popular in Asia. Gurk's girlfriend doesn't know about us, but tonight she's going to hear that one of Gurk's friends asked if his hands were orange. What? I'm not passing that forward. You guys are going to get me fired. That's what headphones for. No, she's not Asian. I can already feel that she hates us. That's probably correct. So VN above GM, about GM is bullish? No, VN moving above GM is usually really bearish. Is she a Trump supporter? I don't think so. No. Are any women Trump supporters? Besides Kiko? And I think for Kiko, it's like a fetish thing. All I want to know is if she started calling you Poppy yet. I don't want anybody to call me that. That's still weird. Daddy in a different language is still a strange thing. Closing in on 6,700. Yeah. Well, that's cool. We got a while until the beige book, though. Well, I guess we're being bearish right now. Is what time frame is safe? I guess October 31st for SLD. And then November 28th for after SLD. That's awfully extended. Beige book's at 2 p.m. What beige book do? Well, since the Fed's one of the only sources of government data, it's going to give us a bunch of commentary on labor conditions, growth expectations, borrowing. It's all going to be regional and mostly commentary, not hard data, but we don't have anything else. So, is she a Pure Bar or Soul Cycle girl? I, I, I don't know what I don't know what those are. What does that mean? How do I find the next sluice report date? Have you tried Googling it? They're gems? Are they? Ballet bar class or spin class? Ballet bar. Although, I don't think either one. I'm a hot yoga boy, so, I mean. Or Pilates. Sweat. What's your overall longer term bearish position look like right now out of curiosity? I have some put spreads to the downside for December OPEX. And then I have a few puts, like longer dated puts, for Jan, like just long puts. I had a 6650, 6700 spreads, which are now, well, they're still in the money. And those expire on Friday. That was my upside hedge. That's about it. Had a small straddle last night, I guess. I was trying to think if I had anything else. I guess, yeah, I guess that's still like some downside. Didn't print, obviously. Well, the downside part of it didn't print. November 28 was excessive, but you have December spreads. Yeah, but they're like 65, 50, 6400 spreads, so. One confirmed loss of 6,700. Probably, I want to say like the breakdown of gamma neutral is the most likely place. We have range all the way back down here. No. Oh, I Googled. It looks like April's report. November 3rd, 2025. No, the next one's on November 3rd for the October sluice. But usually like Feb, May, August, November. And then the report's always the prior month, so Jan, April, July, and October. When debt downgrade? Mm, not yet. Need credit spreads to widen more. I think there's a chance of getting a potentially getting another debt downgrade when we start seeing all the corporate issuance for AI super centers or data centers. Can we just, oh, we should just call them super centers. Check a Walmart and that shit. That's how we're gonna revitalize the Midwest. All those dead Rust Belt towns, just put a data center with a Walmart inside it. Walmart AI Super Center. Yeah. That's the only thing that makes sense. Welcome to Costco. We love you. No, you can't turn the floors into treadmills. You'll distinctly push away all of the Midwest customers. Revitalize? I think you mean vitalize. This place has always been a bog of sadness and inadequacy. The Rust Belt used to be booming in the Gilded Age. Back when you used to have to use rivers for power. Remember that shit? No. Of course you fucking don't. Yeah. We're all gonna eat soy and drive scooters on Walmart aisle treadmills to power the data centers. Now the rivers will get used to fuel AI prompts. Yeah, all of the cities that relied on that are gonna come back to life, right? I mean, like Buffalo and Hartford and what's that place in the middle of Massachusetts called? Uh, Springfield, Worcester. No, Brockton's over by Boston. Worcester. Yeah, all of those places where business and innovation used to be driven simply because of your proximity to flowing water. Cleveland, Ohio, all of Ohio, as a matter of fact, very river-based economies. Um, Maybe Indiana. I don't know about Illinois. I think Illinois. Shit along the Mississippi, you know, because you want all that moving water to cool the data centers. Now so it only makes sense that the economies of those areas will have to improve as we finance our quest for creating a giant uh, supercomputer brain. It's gonna be funny in 10 years if all we have is slightly improved Chat GPT. How do you live in a landlocked city that's not on a river? Where was it? Don't lie to me. Also, what's your definition of a city? Yeah, Ohio's never cared about pollutants. Here's a hint. I went to the same school as Jay Fresh. I don't know where that was. I didn't read his application. His first one or second one? Or his current one? God, I wish he'd stop doxing himself. Ah, okay. I grew up in West Virginia along the Ohio River, and my father has cancer from drinking the water. Why the fuck? Never mind. Got gangrene in it? Jesus. That's. I, I don't know why you guys were drinking out of it or in it, but okay. Cancerous gangrene at that. There's a movie about it. DuPont. My favorite is when people post Facebook links in Discord and you click it, it says real name shared this with you and shows you their picture. Yep. No, dude, it was in the water supply. We weren't drinking the river water. Okay, because the way you phrased it, it sounded like you were drinking the river water. I got gangrene. My dad does not have gangrene. No, I'm saying your gangrene was cancerous. So because you got gangrene from Ohio river water, you're gonna get cancer or become an X-Man. I've never shared I don't have Facebook. I can't open Facebook links. Are you able to see our email addresses? I know all of your real names and personal information, but only me. No, I said mutant, not a transformer. Different comic book. My real name? Remove the E from the X. Maybe you don't have a fake Facebook account with no friends, just so you can look at things on there. I don't. Unsubscribed, credit card canceled. It's already too late. Unsubscribing now is not going to save you. After you've been here for several years. What's our credit scores? I don't know. Downside target 6680. Looks like there's some support at 90. I gotta be honest, VIX didn't really move very much today. Dollar is down again. But are people even buying stocks anymore? I feel like everyone's just buying gold and silver. How many states do I have warrants in? 3. Okay, I read this article that long gold is the most overcrowded trade now. Did you hear about that? Are you talking about the article that I posted in Pickles Picks about long gold being the most overcrowded trade? Last year when we bought our new car, the finance manager was super juiced to ask my wife if we wanted to guess who had a better credit score. What a boring life that guy has. Maybe he thought you guys were going to use it later in some dominance role play. You know, your wife could just strap you down to a chair and be like, "Yeah, who's got shitty credit?" And then you'd cry and she'd sleep with her boyfriend. Or yeah, I don't know. That seems specific. It was our anniversary. Pierre, thank you so much, man. Welcome back to Dillionaire, dude.
Welcome to the pickle jar where we send it all we cry. Slapping big, selling rips. IV's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come round. Food or doom, ain't no in between.
90s support strong. It's okay. Decent, but Gamma's moving negative, so, and there's momentum, which could be problematic. ES fallen pretty far below VWAP here. There's some ES support around 67.25. Might be a good place to watch. Oop, there went 90. Well, that was fucked. 70? Fuck it, might as well just fill the gap at this point. That was nasty. Was there news? Yeah, I was gonna say, was there news? Trump taps 6.5 billion for troop pay this week. Well, I don't think that started the sell-off, but it's not a good look. Oh man, I wonder how the ICE agents are doing. Must be tough not getting paid for 3 weeks. I think they do it for the love of the job. Yeah, but the love of the job doesn't feed their diabetic children. Maybe this is the great reckoning, the great unification, where ICE agents all over the country realizing that being an employee who's paid under the table and has no recourse against their employer when they get fucked over is just like being an illegal immigrant. And then they'll be like, oh my god, these guys don't have it great at all. No, I know. But it'd be cool if that's the way it works. That would require reflection. I know. And we all know vampires can't see theirs. That's the best theory, at least, that I've heard on the internet about why ICE wears face masks. THEIR channel name. And now it's what they do in the shadows. Was that the bottom? Not necessarily. They wear face masks because if they're doxxed, it'll make it easier for them to be held liable for their crimes after DJT is gone. Yeah, I know that. I was making a joke because they look like a fatter version of the special forces from the Blade movie that work for like the old vampires. Thank you for helping me learn how to turn $20 into 1,250. Forever grateful. Now Windtown. Well, we've been doing quite a bit of that all of a sudden. We've got more room to go down. Seems like, I mean, actually, I think things actually got like kind of bearish under 75. There's still a whole lot of gap to fill. Where are the neutral points? Ooh. That's spicy. Look at that out of the money IV. 75, a little bit at 65, 55. 45, not so much. Someone's de-risking some putts. Some fucker bought 6,700, 66, 80, 68, 60 puts. Wait, 68, 60 puts? Tell me it's like a lot. Like, 66.60. Oh, okay. I was like, that's wild. Huh. Yeah. Looks like nobody's sold any short puts above 66.45 all fucking morning. Damn, those out of the money calls are getting fucked. That's got to be Danimal. Like a little castle? No, not Bananimal. Danimal. Different person. Full port fixie. Huh. Knowing Danimal's getting burned on these drops gives me the strength to hold my puts. There's one thing that's always true in the market. It's that all of you are short, and Danimal and Rims and Tims have out of the money calls. Sounds about right. I'm actually kind of excited about this. I would very much like to close the other side of my call debits on my straddle. If we could just get back to yesterday's close, that'd be fantastic. Do you know what started this drop? No. Around I think a lot like around here. Trump said he's trying to get $6.5 billion to pay troops this week. You know what I think? I'm gonna offer, like, if I ever have a large number of employees, I'm gonna offer this deal every week for employees that sign up for it. They can choose to get paid, or they can join a lottery where only one employee gets paid, but they get paid all of the salaries for everybody in the lottery. We'll call it pool pay. That's how you get high turnover. Maybe. Pretty sure that's illegal. Depends. House gotta get its cut. Ooh, smart. Are you precluded from winning more than once? Are you gonna be there after you win the first time? Next time I have employees, I'm gonna do techno democracy. My city can't afford law enforcement. The police won't come when called. Oh, you live in New York too? That's not that they're not like they can't afford them. They're just not. They don't care. Is this gonna keep going? Maybe. 6650 is like the next downside target if we lose 70. There's Danimal. How you doing, man? SLD gonna close that ES gap from Friday night? I hope so. Oh yeah, today is the start of SLD. How exciting. Ray those targets. Thanks for including the arrows and the Greek sex strike images. Help me understand a little more. I didn't want to do a ton of writing. I was really tired. Don't you probably don't want to actually Nuke. I sent Nuke a spreadsheet of various oil trusts. Maybe maybe he can post it in chat or something. But I don't know. Oil trusts are weird. I like dividends better. Like just dividend stocks. I don't want to like have the additional risk of oil just sucking throughout like an extended recession and then pull out of the recession to find out that like everything's just green energy and electric cars. Cuz I'm pretty sure that solid state batteries are going to kill internal combustion vehicles. I have a $31 check from a class action suit against Meta. How can I use it to short Meta with only $31 of exposure? Either a TQQQ weekly or like one share of some short Meta ETF. Uh, 60, 75, 66, 60. Hmm. I see what you sent me. Let me just give me a second. I'm thinking. I mean, if we don't get any kind of substantial bounce, we've got very few reasons we can't get down to 50 or 45. And the short puts to the downside of 50 are just getting ripped up like crazy, which is pushing vol up pretty substantially. Vol's almost like back to the yesterday's high. How do I get my Weeble to look like yours on the screen? Hey, Kendra. There's a gold mine near where I live. Australian government is talking about producing rare earths, but they don't understand the engineering. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's the refining that's the issue. VIX was almost 23 yesterday. I know. Well, end of day yesterday? Was it? End of day yesterday was like 16. Or, I'm sorry. It was like 2081? 2081. We just topped out a little bit here around 2038. 40. It was like 23 yesterday morning. Almost. I meant end of day yesterday. End of day. ES hit 6,700, which is what we're bouncing on right now a little bit. I'm not actually sure that the SPX level mattered all that much. Maybe we get retested GN and then we'll see if we fell from there. How hard is it to figure out how to read this gamma strike? I don't think it's that hard. There's a bunch of documentation on the website, and then there's like 30 something odd roundtables where we answer questions specifically about that. If you want to check those out. reading about it right now. It's pretty straightforward. Yeah, it's not too bad. Retest gamma neutral or gamma flip. Well, it looks like we're retesting the flip here. A little bit of resistance at 80. So if this gets rejected, that's kind of interesting for continued downside. Looks like we got a lot of sold puts at 66.70 prior to the bounce. But bought puts at 75.80. Resistance is closer to 80, so a couple more dollars of room. If we break out above 80, we're going to push up. getting very close. There's only a tiny bit of resistance at the 90 strike.
Kendra Wilson put their pickle in my jar. Pepino gives us a 15 to 20 second walkthrough on how you're reading what's on your screen, but in an Asian accent from the Shang Dynasty era 5.
Pepino, give us a 15 to 20-second walkthrough on how you're reading what's on screen, but in an Asian accent from the Shang Dynasty era. Jesus Christ. You know, sometimes, just occasionally, I think that Kendra might also be a popcorn trader. They are both from Texas. Well, the first thing I'm watching, usually... Hold on, I'm gonna reopen that, I think. Fucking Epic Pen. Why are you being like that, you piece of shit? I'm from Atlanta with Colombian parents. That's true. Popcorn's a pigeon whale. Hold on, I gotta figure out why the fuck this isn't working. What a piece of shit. But over here. Okay. What? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh, there we go. Okay. That was strange. Very, very weird. Okay, I guess the first thing I'm looking at is probably where we are relative to Delta Gamma Flip. Because this is going to tell me whether the MM is supportive or supportive and depressing volatility. or expanding volatility. The next thing I would probably be looking for is large levels of gamma, which we don't really have at spot right now. So, you know, if we move up this way, we're probably going to continue out till we run into another pile of gamma, because it's very easy for price to kind of traverse that range where gamma is flatter. And as it passes through that range where gamma is flatter, gamma is also becoming more positive on the overall chain because we're above the gamma flip. And then the last thing I'm looking at is you know, down here at IV, where I'm looking at, you know, very specifically out of the money strikes that might be goddamn, that might be de-risking, and so I'm looking for IV that is higher relative to the IV of the surrounding strikes, which you can see right now there at the like the 65.55 strike. I'd also be looking for IV above spot to be increasing relative to the strikes around it, which we see a little bit here at like 66.95. And that's gonna tell me a lot of information about where volatility is gonna go and where market demand is. So right now, I would say, you know, demand at 75 versus 85 is slightly higher. Like IV here is like 26.5. IV here is 25.4. Puts are usually priced a little bit higher. But this is, you know, this has parity. So demand is a little higher at the 75 strike, which might mean we're going to start turning down, which we kind of are a bit. And now we've fallen back below that major pile of gamma here at 66.80, which, you know, means that we can move pretty easily back down to retest that pile of gamma at 70. Where the market maker will become more pro-cyclical and volatility can expand further. So then if we lose 70, you see volatility increases really rapidly. So I'd be looking for, you know, a loss of 70 or, you know, a breakout above 85, where volatility on the upside increases. And so that kind of gives me a pinning point of, you know, where I'm looking at price action from, which is the 85 level. Since we rejected off of that, you know, maybe there's an argument for picking up a put on that rejection, but maybe better on a failure of the gamma flip where the market maker will start to back the move to the downside. So like kind of like that kind of stuff. At least with this setup, that's what I'm looking at. There's a lot of variations and different setups and stuff like that, but yeah, no problem. How do you do so quickly on the fly? Crazy? You the man. Happy to help. I don't know. I've been doing this a long, long fucking time. I've also been using these data sets specifically for years. So, the only reason I'm using the prod one right now is because we don't have any delta or gamma flips on the dev version right now. Something's fucky. Which probably means nukes making new things. Nukes cooking. Anyway, so yeah, let's give you guys a sense of what I'm looking at currently, at least. It was getting spicy. Hmm. Yeah. Is it? Oh shit! My $4 calls. Um. Hmm. I could close them. Done with downs? Not necessarily. Still very early. We haven't gotten the beige book yet. Hmm. The recovery on Fubo is bullish, technically. Did we lose 6,700 because the vol demand is too great? I think we actually just fell back to the implied move and then lost positive gamma. Remember, gamma's not very supportive, and so like what you run into is a situation where the V that you're also fond of is lower probability and tends to get rugged on profit taking. Remember that V's occur in positive gamma environments. So, like, you're trading up, and then price drops, then you V back up. In a positive gamma environment, because the market maker is buying that drop. So, positive. Oh, that's the wrong. Positive gamma. MM buys the dip. So as price is falling, the MM is buying its spot the whole time, which not only reduces the size of the downside move, but it also drives a speedier reversal. In a negative gamma environment, the MM is selling the dip. And so when you get price action that's kind of going up and it fails, it continues to fail. And then when it reverses, the MM only buys until profit taking occurs. And then when the profit taking occurs, the MM sells off again. Because the MM is going to sell whatever direction spot's moving. Buy or sell whatever direction spot's moving. So the chances of continuation are far higher, and it's harder to pin spot at any given strike. So, in negative gamma environments, support and resistance levels are significantly weaker. No problem. Hmm. Boring. Gonna bounce? Hmm. Bulls are buying the 80, but the 85 and 90 sold off really hard already, and there's bot puts at 80 too, which is making the resistance there a bit stronger. Most of the downside strikes are sold calls, with the exception of 66.70, and then I'll like below 70. It's still a pretty straight shot to 50. Especially if the 70 puts get squeezed out again. It's a little bit more bullish. Hmm. There's no real resistance at 90. Yeah, 85 is the important one here. See if we reject off the delta flip here. Speaking of which. Okay. Uh, Interesting. Lower high. Bear flag? Already failed though. Mhm. Can we just consider this a bear flag? Yeah. Hasn't failed yet, but it is one. How often are you doing vol stars? Right now it's on a weekly schedule. Yeah, it's gamma flip. I'm pretty sure. You can also look at the deck specs right here. If since the DF and GF aren't working today. So you can see that there's, like we're below delta flip and above, slightly above gamma flip still. Although that's failing. Which opens back up that move to the downside. Looks like 65.60. Remember, there's still a bunch of sold puts at 70 from our first bounce. It's a few at 65. No, we don't meet in person. We record it online. We all live in different parts of the country. I simply don't wish to traverse the flat gamma and prefer the challenge of 70-80. Well, the gamma bottoms, I mean, yeah, like 70, 65, 60 are all fairly equivalent. So if we start losing 70, it's pretty easy to drive further down, especially with the speed picking up. And this is the failure of the bear flag. But be careful here. If support is found again at the prior level, that's bullish. How's the content of Volstar's podcast different from Sunday streams and weekly GS roundtable? Well, eventually, when people start actually using Volstars to ask questions, the roundtables will cease, and Volstars will be replacing them because, frankly, the roundtables are just not a very good format. And then the Sunday streams are more about uh, like prediction and market analysis, and less about, or ideally, it should be more about prediction and market analysis, and less about, you know, macro and gamma strike. Yeah, it does mean less. It doesn't. Well, dollar down doesn't necessarily mean less leverage. It depends. If it's dollar down, bonds up, then more leverage. Volstar is more focused than everything else. Yeah, it's like a quicker rundown of shit. I found the cutting of empty spaces between words a bit too much. Alright, noted. J First always has a list. They got Ron trying to wrangle them. That he does. No, there's no script. No, no, I don't use it. Cameras? Yeah. Yeah. Let's see if we fail the gamma flip again here. The downside's getting pretty loaded. There's a lot more gamma at like 55.50 now. Looks like some of those are bot puts too. I think a Volstars t-shirt or a mesh tank top, preferably. So I feel like if we started selling mesh tank tops, you just simply wouldn't, you guys wouldn't wear them. Lower low. Should be looking for a new intraday low under 60 here. Path to 50 is pretty open. It's winter, dude. Depends where you live. Some places don't have that. With the mesh tank tops come with a bottle of orange tanner, of course. When I view for a strike below spot drops, is the assumption that more puts were sold there? Sorry if you already covered that. Yeah, generally speaking, that's what you would expect. It's very unlikely that calls are being sold there, although that does happen on occasion in negative gamma environments. AI investment could lead to a higher neutral interest rate. I hate that guy. I fucking hate that. Calls here for a double bottom. Only if I confirmed the bounce. Otherwise, no, I wouldn't want to. It seems to be a drive to fill the gap. You're going to include piercings in the form of a GS logo, so you can proudly show off underneath the mesh tank tops. You want like GS, like Gamma Strike nipple rings? Is that gonna be like with the Gamma? So I guess the pin is in the center. So you have like the circle, and then you have the like Gamma, and then this would be like where it goes through the nipple with a little barbell there. So you just have a Gamma Strike nipple. Interesting. You answered that, but not my continuity question. Hello, I have a question. I'm monitoring SPX and GME. I want to ask you if you also recognize that GME is front-running SPX price action. The MMO of GME have tools to predict SPX moves. No, you're just looking at likely the effect of positive beta. GME 1-year beta is usually largely negative, but it's highly correlated with XRT right now. So you're probably looking at shifts in that. GME's always had an excessive amount of ETF exposure for a stock of its market cap, and that generally gives it like a beta near zero, but slightly positive. I don't know what its like 1-year beta is right now, but I would imagine its 3-month beta is um, probably fairly high. Yeah, 90 day beta on GME is around point 0.2, roughly, and climbing. I will say GME vol looks pretty bottomed out right now, and its negative correlation with BTC is starting to turn around a bit. So this could actually be like a decent opportunity for long volatility positions on GameStop. Like not my favorite, but not bad. It's like yeah, not my favorite setup, but it looks decent. Actually, yeah, I kind of don't dislike it. It's fairly illiquid. Uh, Volatility is very low. XRT correlation is very high. BTC correlation is very negative. These are similar to the conditions where I went long on it last time. Not exactly the conditions where I went long on it last time, but close. OIV, like, same like time to buy options. Usually can be. Where do you get the beta and correlation data from? I calculate it myself. I have like 6, 7, 8 or 9 indicators that we've like built for GME ourselves. Like just a fuck ton of them. I don't really use them much anymore, but 'cause I don't care about GameStop. But yeah, we've got just a shitload of them. This is like 90-day rolling beta. We've got correlation measures, BTC, XRT. We've got some liquidity shit, and then like realized volatility shit. Make that a GS tier and sell it for $50 a month. It'll all show up, don't worry. We're building it. It takes time. And all better because the data on TradingView sucks. Also, you're really limited in what you can do as far as the coding goes. It's not very robust. Nope, not a bottom. Continued downside, new low, which is what I expected. Open move to 50. Below 50 is like a lot of vol expansion, so I would expect 50 to be defended. Ooh. Fun drop. You got it, Pete. Are you getting new GS subscribers still? I mean, the total number of users is about flat, but it's like pretty consistently at one level. I'm coming to GS. What's the free trial code? There are no discounts. Well, unless you buy it for an entire year up front, in which case there is a discount. But other than that one discount, there are no other discounts. Think Beige book will be bullish. Last one wasn't. Last one was like flat in 8, down in 4 of the 12 reported districts. I'll worry your link on bathroom stall walls. Fuck yeah, channel name. Pigeonhole beta users with the discount requeue. Well, that was initial. I mean, we did that so that we wouldn't have to take on debt in order to get things launched, and it's worked perfectly, which gives us independence, which, you know, as a data service is important. Have to be neutral. I mean, journalists don't do it anymore, so someone needs to. There's a small chance we could get a continuation to 40 here. Just because the bounce at 50 was weak and there was a lot of momentum behind the push. I'm not up on my straddle, but I'm not up on the puts on my straddle, but they're closer to break even now. So yeah, it was a good straddle day. Very good. I finally bought it yesterday. Nice. I wasn't making you feel less special. The service exists because of you guys. One day you'll get a cool badge to let everyone know that you're a beta user. GS has been worth every dollar and more. Glad to hear it, man. Thank you, Rugress. Okay, but can it be a physical plastic one we can wear on our shirts? That's ridiculous. I wrote Out the Money puts from 67.21 to 66.48, and I feel like a winner for a moment. Well done. I'm a beta. Well, that's different. It's okay. We'll start a Gamma Strike Alpha boot camp. Ooh, continuation. Fun. I'm sure your audience of engineers has a fleet of 3D printers. We can print badges for ourselves. So you guys just need the model? You're gonna need to shave your head. Why? I'd get off on JFresh hosing me down. He's into that shit. I'd be careful. They paid 10K for that garbage? For what? No, Amex isn't still an issue. It works fine. Weren't you a pigeon whale back when we did the beta, Kendra? I could have sworn you were. If you were, you still have access. Amex was a no-go. Okay, yeah, Amex works now. We switched payment providers like a couple weeks after that. But shit, yeah, reach out to us cuz you still have your beta sub. He was batch 1. Yeah. So we can hook you up with the code for if you want to do your like reactivate your beta subscription, you can. We promised it to you guys for life, so. Win rug pull? Well, I don't know if we get a rug pull, but we could fall back to delta neutral, which would be cool. You can already use it in Switzerland. I just signed up. Alright. Well, if you want, we'll convert your account to beta. DM me. I'll talk to you about it. I was able to use the beta link? Oh, okay, cool. Never mind. Awesome. Sick. Welcome aboard. Oh, nice. I have my beta subscription not yet purchased. I thought it was SOL. No. No, if you still have the last email we sent you for signing up, it should work. Where's the AI auto trading bot button that we'd spoke about? That does not exist yet. There's the 40 test. Might be running out of downside a little bit here. This is a big sell-off on the 1 hour. Okay, 3.5 standard deviation move. We fell below yesterday's close. This is the 6680 test on ES right here too, which is kind of now an important level. Okay, seriously, is there like bad news coming out? Fitch has released a bunch of shit about France. Beta doesn't have version 2 of live data yet. There's the delta neutral test. Usually delta neutral tests aren't super bouncy. Is Moran saying all kinds of bearish shit? Renewal of U.S.-China tensions reduces uncertainty over trade that has been easing. Anyone concerned about downside risks of the job market should be more concerned now. The risks of the outlook have changed versus a week ago. Threats may not be realized for weeks, but if they are enacted, there's risk of material economic downside. And then Fitch said France's persistent political turmoil deepens fiscal uncertainty. Interesting. This is rough. Where was our next breakdown level for gamma on all expirations last night? Hold on, I gotta go look at that shit. It was like under 6625. It's like a straight fucking dump down to 6600. We're getting real close. Yeah, I guess just watch GN monthly. If this keeps failing. There are a lot of puts piling in, driving this down. Things are pretty fucking flat here, too. Still a lot of downside vol demands. This is going great. Basant staying stuff? Oh. Supply chains for critical minerals is a U.S. priority. Basant urges the World Bank to end support for China. Oh boy. Fucking idiots, man. Why do we have such dipshits in charge of our country? I thought Basant was one of the good ones. Well, not good ones, but better ones. At least he wasn't a fucking moron. I'll draw my chart again from yesterday. It's just an outline of the current U.S.-China trade war. Woohoo! Shit! Alright. That was fun. Is that smirk you making money on both sides of your overnight straddle? Yeah, maybe. What of it? God, I love mean reversion. Now what? I don't know. Hmm. It's okay. It's okay, guys. 20 counterparties have taken 5.484 billion at reverse repo. Liquidity is fine. Was that all of SLD in one go? I highly doubt it. Be interesting if this bounce fails. If it doesn't fail here, we've got room to move up to like 45, 50. Bounce failed confirmation on a loss of 25 or 20. 20. Looks like we bounced on 20. Uh, 35 minutes till the book. How bad was the reaction last time? Not that bad. Beige book's just gonna be one sentence. Shit's fucked, yo. Get out while you can. It's like the Warren Buffett meme. A little bit of a rejection at Delta Neutral. Huh. Isn't it a day behind on the live data chart? What do you mean? These aren't a day behind. They're just a different calculation. They're only like a couple dollars off. So 36.19, 32.18. These are current. What? Because your version's dead accurate? No, it's not. It breached both. It breached both here, too. Look. Relatively, they should be the same. The calculation doesn't change that. It's just like a very slight improvement. At least yours has the all-seeing mustard. I don't even think mustard's on this chart anymore. I mean, it is somewhere, but I don't know where. It's like hiding. Five-minute candles. These are fun. Hmm. Interesting. Think we're breaking 6,600 today? Hmm. It seems unlikely. I will say there is still quite a lot of out of the money put demand right now. And if we lose 20, yeah, it's not too hard. But bulls really want to get like 40 back, 45. Yeah, I mean, I guess if there's profit taking on this bounce or a failure, then maybe. Also, we still have data, so some mean reversion before data is usually. Wouldn't brown book? That's not a thing. Red and beige. Sup, Gherk? I finally decided on what tattoo I'm getting in Spain next month. A bull for this fabulous market and all that it's given me. Also, it's gonna be one of those cool caveman ones. I hope everyone's puts printed today. I know mine did. Riku. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Oh, thanks. Consequences of my own actions. Man, you're only like 3 days into marriage. Are you okay? Uh, Resistance right around here, and then we got the beige buck. SHMIR these last couple days is a mess. Look at VIX as well. It just looks like a scramble to control vol during an event where VIX should have gone to 30. Yeah, well, there's a lot of idiots that want to buy the dip. How's your trading journey today? It seems like you changed my WeBull password. Who are the idiots getting all this money to buy the dip 401ks? Idiot reporting for duty. Nothing like buying the market at the most overvalued it's ever been. Jokes on those idiots. Buying puts on the dips. Commodities a safe haven? I mean, gold obviously is. Do you think it's an actual fair value for the market? PE of 16? You want to buy puts on gold? Dangerous. Where are we going? Top? Hmm. Resistance at 60. A decent amount of it. As long as we keep devaluing the USD, it'll continue to go up. Yep. Hmm. Any sold calls coming in? Yeah. There's a bunch at 55, 60. More at 60 than 55. We still have bot pets to the downside of spot. There's some calls getting bought back at 60, 65. Bot pets coming in at 50. More bot pets coming in at 50. And the 65 calls closed. 55, 60 calls. Ooh. Someone's buying some calls out at 75, 80 also. But downside, people are still buying some puts. This could still break up. Bob puts at 30 and 10, 50, 65, 70. We got 10 minutes. It looks like people are starting to position neutrally for the beige book drop. Beige book's going to be important. It usually isn't. Is 60 resistance longer dated? No. We can see it here. Or, go here. So speed flips negative above 60. Gamma starts to fall off more sharply. I do too. I have some long euro exposure. The correlation of asset appreciation to dollar devaluation is far from 1-to-1. We're called bears, Gurk. Huh. I just want to see bull tiers. I think you already did today. We're still green on the day. A little bit, yeah. Ugh. Bulls are kind of pushing right back to about where this failed. Like it feels like institutions feeding retail, like an ortolan. They plan on eating later, possibly. Yeah, there's nothing better than not having consumer protections. U.S. money market fund assets down 20.32 billion. Oh shit. We're considering closing the CFPB. Yeah, of course they were. Can't wait to have lead paint again. CFPP is not going to affect. It's not going to affect corporate profits much. You're just going to get a lot more scams on Twitter. Nothing to stop the bulls now. That's not true. Like there's more resistance to the upside, not less. I think they gutted it, but they didn't close it. Bing, beige book. Economic activity changed little on balance since the previous report, with 3 districts reporting slight to modest growth in activity, 5 reporting no change, and 4 noting a slight softening. So mixed and shitty. Trump administration authorized a covert CIA action in Venezuela, per the New York Times. One district report highlighted the downside risk to growth from a prolonged government shutdown. No shit, Sherlock. I don't want to read it. Well, maybe later, but you're right. I don't need to read the whole fucking thing. Anything about DRS numbers? Yeah, they don't matter. Never did. I wonder if Superstock could listen to me back in 2021 when I said don't DRS, it'll cause Ryan Cohen to dilute the stock. If Ryan Cohen would have diluted the stock. You know he would have. He had no reason to do it the last 6 times. Sounds like fun. I got an email saying I have a warrant, and I thought I was in trouble. Who was that one kid that ripped off your work all the time? I can't remember his name. Oh god, there's so many of them. Just all the TD on Superstock for the last 3 years. Yo, I met a true GME DRS Moas guy in person over the weekend. I truly felt bad for the guy as he tried explaining what was going on with GameStop. Did you buy him a helmet? I'm sure J Rolls moved on to his next con after burning his prior community. He's probably just got some fake AI Twitter account that he's spun up. That's usually how it goes. You can tell because he says really incorrect things about options all the time. He resells Gamma Strike data. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. That was uneventful. Uneventful is bullish, though. Wages grew across all reporting districts, which is interesting. Hmm. More uppies. Hmm. There's some calls holding spot up at 60. I think losing 60 is pretty bearish. They called you a goalpost moving grifter. Which ones? Was that before or after I told them Jimmy sucks? It's dead. Your boy got slammed with the flu again. Daycare germs got hands. Went down. Well, we just did a big down. So you mean next down? I'm sorry to hear that. Have you tried dousing your child in like 70% isopropyl alcohol and then allowing them to air dry before entering the home? That looks like somebody just bought a metric fuck ton out of the money calls at 67.75, 0 DTE. One sec. Oh, is Trump speaking at 3? There's a bunch of calls bought back at 67.75, like 2,000 of them. Trump and Patel at 3, so maybe some cray cray. I wonder if they found any secret Chinese police. I wonder if Cash Patel will look like he shit his pants. You know what's actually working out really well for me today was I have a calendar spread at 66.50, and I got to close the long put on the drop, and now I still have I still have the short put open. I'm liking these. That's a boofing face. Yeah, it is. I just want to see Cash look at the camera for once. That's not possible. He would have to get both eyes to point in the same direction. I'm not speaking at 3. Holy IV Crush. They're selling puts like no tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, they're selling some. Most of them still pretty far out of the money, though. Looks like they're trying to set up some defense around 66.50 ish. I'm in 30 minutes. Give me a second. I love when I walk away from the stream and nothing fucking happens. Pretty good at that. Wonder if it's like some kind of thing. You called the pump, dude? Yeah. But this is actual resistance. I guess I guess I could try to push it higher into the end of day, but I don't think substantially. I also don't think any of the data has been particularly bullish. We got what, 11 minutes till Trump speaks? Trump signed an order directing the Secretary of War to ensure active duty U.S. military personnel receive their paychecks on October 15th, despite the Democrat shutdown, per the White House. A U.S. judge blocks the Trump administration from laying off workers at more than 30 agencies amid the government shutdown. And today's Senate vote failed to win enough votes to pass again. Can you just sign an order to pass his bill? I didn't know the president could sign a order redirecting funds that were allocated by Congress. It's okay. It's just some light treason to start off the end of the week. Power of the purse, duh, which belongs to the people. That power. Semantics. You know, I don't think it is. It was 100% tariffs. Are they still buying out of the money zero GTE calls? I don't think so. Any chance you review the idiot trades? Where? What idiot trades? Revive? Any chance you could revive the idiot trades? Oh, I already do those in vibe trading. I'm trying to zero GT Condor on Rut. Hmm. It's rich idiot trades now? Yeah. Figure if I'm giving away just 90% accurate pure alpha trades, I might as well get something out of it. False, you don't do it in vibe trading, because I'm an idiot, and I didn't think of the trades. Therefore, not an idiot trade? Hmm. Yeah, but when I bet 100% of my port on each one, the 10% wipe me out. Nice. You could just not do that. What's our upside range here? Jesus, there's quite a lot of room to move up. I don't know if there's a lot of delta to squeeze. Problem is if we get out above 6690, we can squeeze all the way out to 6720 again. Why are we bailing out Argentina to the tune of $20 billion? Because they didn't make enough money selling their soybeans to the Chinese. Or need more money to sell their soybeans to the Chinese. Something like that. That way we can bail out our farmers. So you manufacture the crisis and then you provide the solution, and then you get votes you need in the midterms. Whose friend doesn't have dead Argentinian bonds? You're gonna broadcast Trump live? Yeah, I'll throw it on. Hasn't started yet. Does start to get a little harder to push up the positive gamma here. Yeah, still kind of hard to get above 85, which is where we rejected earlier. A lower rejection would arguably be bearish. There's some room to swing to the downside to like 60. Maybe it's a little deeper than that. 60 or 50, maybe even. But we would need a collapse in some of the positioning. Bot calls need to close. Yeah, there's times when selling the out of the money option um, isn't worth it. So, yes, there are times when spreads are not the best. Very low volatility environments, they kind of suck. He's not talking yet. Or at least he's not live on Forbes yet. Hmm. I don't think the White House's stream come up. Huh. Oh, well, I can't wait to trade flat. That sounds super exciting. Thanks, Dave. Can you speculate where the economy market may be had Harris won the presidency? I don't think anything really would have changed. We would have probably not gotten the downturn in April. So we might have hit a market peak earlier in the year. I think otherwise, relatively the same. Hmm. Yeah, it's really weird. There's nothing on the White House's webpage. I wonder if they're not. I mean, it says they're airing it too. What the fuck? Okay, I don't know. They just didn't show up on time for shit. I think the Basant speech is from earlier. It's old. Losing 70 here doesn't look very good. Pull back to 60, but that gives us an inverse head and shoulders on the day with the downside gap filled. So it'd be somewhat cautious of that. Weird to get a lower time frame head and shoulders off of the larger head and shoulders failure. Trump got Bibi to stop? Stop what? Didn't he shoot like a bunch of Palestinians yesterday? Literally saw like in the news like right after the fucking ceasefire conference. Shh, you can't talk about that. Oh. I'm just saying it doesn't sound a lot like a ceasefire if they're still firing. It's insights like that that keep us coming back. At least something does. Oh, great. Forbes now has a live view of New York City up. God, why is every social media feed just like a desperate attempt to pump somebody's bags? Just no couth. Investing used to be classy. Lol win. I don't know. You can still be classy if you take your shirt off and smoke a cigar. I don't believe you. No one's stopping you from having a monocle, Dave. That's true. Yeah. Top hats and monocles. That's what we should start doing. I wonder if it'll make us actually better at trading. Like if you're wearing a top hat and a monocle, is there any risk you won't take? Hmm. Any risk you won't take? Maybe no top hats and monocles for the pickle jar? You can't stop us. Throw a gamma strike ball and invite all the pigeon whales. Everyone has to dress like it's 1929. Wait, what part of the day? It's really hard to dress as a stain on the sidewalk. Too soon? No. It's been like 100 years. Too early? Damn it. Why are they cramming BTU? It's a little bit overvalued. My BTU CCs may be saved. I had to roll to Jan. You really don't understand this investing thing, do you? Gary Gensler's not at the SEC anymore. I feel like a bounce off 70 here was slightly bullish. Hmm. It did not pull back to 60. That's dangerous. Mm. Mm. Lower high there. Harry got slapped today. Again? He was doing alright earlier. Oh shit, yeah. Nasty. Hmm. Banks. They suck. If Uncle Trump says Epstein files coming out tomorrow, is that bullish or bearish? I mean, if Trump releases the Epstein files, it's because he's fully removed his name from them. He'll leave Kash Patel's name in there, and then he'll be like, "Oh, look, it got one of ours." Could the gamma leaves here? Are we gonna close flat or break one way? I would think you'd throw Netlick to the wolves. They all fucking hung out and with what's his face. The daily SPX chart looks so strange these last few days. Kind of reminds me of like late Feb, early like late Feb, early March, or like end of December, like December into Jan. I don't think Basant was part of the Epstein Island. Probably hard to convince Basant to get a massage from a teenage girl. Too difficult to blackmail the gays. Oh, that's news. I didn't know that. Oh no, my poor butterfly. I got fucking stopped out awfully quick. I didn't know Hegseth had an in-flight emergency. Hmm. I wonder if we get support at 60 here. There's a bit of sold put support. But if that fails, it's bulls are fucked. Did they cancel the press conference? Did he give himself alcohol poisoning and demand to fly the plane? That sounds about right. Hmm. Stop building support, you fucks. Gurk, he's on. No, he's not. Where? Oh, now he is.
We kept it a little quiet, and
That was
it had a
weird.
big impact, and you'll hear that in a second. But over the past few months, FBI offices in all 50 states made crushing violent crime a top enforcement priority. That's what they did, rounding up and arresting thousands of the most violent and dangerous criminals. And these are among the most dangerous and violent people in the world.
Oh, did they
were allowed
arrest
in many
all of
cases, not
Antifa?
in all cases, but in many cases, they were allowed in by a very
Oh, great,
foolish,
a sound
actually
cut out.
stupid open border policy. Just anybody could have come in. They emptied out their jails, their prisons. They've done an incredible job because if we didn't have that administration,
This isn't even the same fucking live stream. What the hell just happened?
including over 11,000 murderers, half of whom murdered or violent crimes against children and murderers. These arrests are in addition to the work of our historic federal task forces that make
Someone
DC
literally
safe
turned his
task
fucking
force
mic
has been
off.
Unbelievable. I mean, the job they've done of our historic federal task forces that make DC Safe Task Force has been unbelievable. I mean, the
Just try to
job
three
they've
channels.
done,
There's no sound.
it's incredible. And it's been so.
Do you guys hear it?
There's so many people. They're going out to dinner and they're having dinners. They didn't go out for 4 years, and now they're going out.
Oh, you can. What the fuck?
Restaurants are opening. Restaurants are full, and usually that means a lot of good things. But restaurants that were closed are now opening up, and everybody's happy. It's nobody's ever seen anything like it actually, and everybody. A week. The Make DC Safe Task Force has been incredible, and the Make Memphis Safe Task Force is having very similar results. It's much earlier, but we've been there for a week and a half, but I'm hearing the results are pretty incredible, and you'll hear about that. They're mobilizing more than 20 federal agencies for the largest law enforcement operation targeting violent criminals in American history. As a result of these efforts, violent crime declined nearly 20% nationwide compared to the same period last year, and it was the safest and most peaceful summer in 2 decades. And honestly, we haven't really even gotten going yet. If we didn't have to fight
big
all
bot
these
calls
radical
at
left
65,
governors, we could have had Chicago taken care of, as an example. They had, in a short period of time, 4,000 murders in Chicago, and we have to listen to this man stand up and say that we're bad people. And the people of Chicago are walking around with MAGA hats. You have women, beautiful black women, walking around with MAGA hats. Please let the president in, and we don't care how he does it. They're not interested in National Guard or Army, Navy, bring them in, Marines, bring in the Marines. They just want the crime to stop. And more so because of the success that we had in D.C. I think if we didn't have that success, nobody would even believe it. So I want to congratulate all of the incredible law enforcement professionals joining us today, especially Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's terrific, Deputy Attorney General
I'm so sorry,
Todd Blanchard,
world.
who's a fantastic legal talent. He really is. He's a great guy, too. And, of course, FBI Director.
I swear, very few of us actually voted for this.
Since the start of the administration, the FBI has arrested over 23,000 violent criminals, more than double the number arrested in the final year of the Biden disaster. The FBI has also destroyed or severely disrupted more than 170 organized criminal enterprises and gangs, 1,600 of the most violent gangs, and confiscated over 6,000 illegal firearms. And they've tracked down and arrested 4 fugitives on the most wanted list. 4 of the most wanted. Actually, 2 of them were the most wanted fugitives in the world. There's still much more work to be done, which is why the FBI continues to work alongside the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of War to defend. And Pete Hegseth has been fantastic, by the way, on this too. On other things, but on this too. To defend law and order and combat violent crime, arrest illegal aliens, and make American cities the safest in the world. And when I campaigned, I talked about crime, but I never knew that we were going to get into it like we did. You know, I mean, I used to watch these cities with the murders. Chicago recently had one deal where they had 11 murders in one weekend, and they said, well, yeah, but it was a holiday weekend. They actually told me that was the reason. Like it was okay because it was a holiday. It was Labor Day. These people are the worst. They really have to, they better, I tell you what, the people in Chicago and the people in places like that can be fixed. At some point, it gets to where you can't fix it anymore. It's too far gone. And we have some cities like that. But these are great cities that can be fixed. I'm going to be strongly recommending, at the request of government officials, which is always nice, that you start looking at San Francisco. I think we can make San Francisco. There's one of our great cities 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and now it's a mess. And we have great support in San Francisco, so I'd like to recommend that for inclusion, maybe in your next group. You'll get great support. Every American deserves to live in a community where they're not afraid of being mugged, murdered, robbed, raped, assaulted, or shot. And that's exactly what our administration is working to deliver. I didn't realize I was going to make this such a big factor in the administration. I didn't really campaign. I campaigned on crime, but I never thought we'd go into every city and take a really safe city that we've all been living with for years and make them safe. And now it's like a passion for me, and it's a passion
He just said the cities that he's invading are
I did get
safe.
elected for crime, but I didn't get elected for what we're doing. This is many, many steps above. And I want to thank Stephen Miller, who's right back in the audience right there. I'd love to have him. I love watching him on television. I'd love to have him come up and
Yeah,
explain
get
his
Hal
true
Miller
feelings.
up on screen.
Maybe not his truest feelings. That might be going a little bit too far. But Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job. And the people of this country.
Why is he not
love
on
you,
camera
I tell you,
today?
And they love what you say.
Did
about
someone
crime.
loosen the foreskin wrapped around his head?
So now I'd like to ask Director Patel to say a few words, and then Pam and Todd also. And I just want to congratulate them. This is an amazing thing, and we're just at the start.
He's
We're gonna
powdering
go
his
into other
skull.
cities that we're not talking about.
He's not allowed on
Purposely
camera
letting
after
go
he
in.
said the president
And when
had
they go in, like
plenary
Cassius, for
authority.
example, told me that people didn't even know. 5 months ago, they went into Chicago, and they started doing a lot of work in Chicago, and we brought the numbers down a little bit. And
The double
that
thing,
really
they're
was
simultaneously
preparatory
violent and
work
dangerous
for
and also
what
the
we're going to
safest
do
they've
with
ever
the
been,
surge.
apparently.
A surge of strong, good people, patriots, and they're going to go in, they straighten it all out. So a lot of these cities we're already working on, but we don't do it with a big flavor. But in a little while, you're going to see some numbers that you're not going to believe. And I think you'll probably start with Memphis, because I'm hearing the numbers are much quicker than
Dump
we
or
even thought
pump?
possible.
I hope dump.
But again,
We got a
DC
bunch of
is-
bot
it
puts
speaks for
coming in
itself.
at 60.
Chicago is going to be
Some of
okay,
the
we'll
bot
save
calls are
Chicago.
falling off.
And I
so
told you, and I told them,
downside's
a very
weakening.
respected man, the head of the Union
We
Pacific.
could continue
said,
to
"Sir,
fall from here, but
save
there's not a lot of
Chicago.
time
It can be
left.
saved."
If we lose 60 into close, it's definitely
Can you believe it? We're
bearish.
trying to save Chicago, but I understood exactly what he wants, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to save all of our cities, and we're going to make them essentially crime-free, like other countries have crime-free.
Big dump in
If you go all over the
Gamma
world,
and
you
Delta
go to the
here.
world, you hear Afghanistan,
Over the
and
last-
you hear all these different places. Our crime in certain cities is worse than anything they can even imagine, and we're not going to have that any longer. It's going to stop, and it stops right here. Cash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I'd like to do is just highlight some of the outstanding work that the men and women of the FBI have been doing.
It's like if Aziz Ansari smoked crack and then became the FBI director.
Defend the homeland, but crush violent crime. You tasked us with our great partners at the Department of Justice and the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General to start making arrests and bring prosecutions and safeguard our cities. And you said it. This is just the beginning. In just 7 months.
I wonder if Trump hired him because he
I'll
was
take a
shorter.
Look at every one of these charts, because these are the best numbers for fighting crime in U.S. history, and it's only 7 months in. And to do that, our vehicle to do it of choice was Operation Summer Heat, which the FBI architected to go after violent criminals. And in just a 3-month span, you had 8,700 arrests of violent criminals. You had 2,200 firearms seized off the streets permanently to safeguard our communities. You had 421 kilograms of fentanyl seized. Just to put that in perspective, that's enough to kill 55 million Americans alone. You had 45,000 kilograms of cocaine seized, and thanks to our Department of Justice partners, you had 2,100 indictments in 3 months, from June to September alone. Mr. President, that in and of itself would be historic for a 4-year presidency. You did that in 7 months because you let good cops be cops, and you partnered us with the right people at the Department of Justice to put the handcuffs on and bring them to court and put them in prison. And if that weren't enough, when you look at the year, for the entire 7-month period that we're talking about here, if you look at the past 4 years of the Biden administration, 16,000, 17,000, 15,000, 15,000. That's the number of arrests year over year of violent felons in this country for the Biden administration. Mr. President, in 7 months, you have 28,600 arrests of violent felons in just 7 months alone because of your leadership and the dedication of the men and women at the FBI who want to go out there and do the job they were prevented from doing because that department used to be weaponized and politicized. And this is what happens when you take out the fangs of weaponization. This number is historic by every metric. 28,000 people have been arrested, violent felons alone. And then when you go over there and look at some of these charts, if you don't mind, I'll just hop over here. Look at the metrics for not just violent crime, but the homeland. Mr. President, during your administration, the FBI has found and located 5,400 children. That is a 30% increase year to date over the last administration. Violent crimes against children arrests alone are up 10%. Gang arrests are up 210% in the last 7 months alone. And transnational organized crime, which Stephen Miller has been a great partner in, is up over 12% alone.
Did he bring a
These
mic
numbers
with
are
him?
historic just as a snapshot. But just so people don't think we're focusing on violent crime alone, the national security mission, Mr. President, under your leadership has never been stronger. We have gone after espionage activities against our main counterparts in China, Russia, and Iran. In China alone, we've had over a 50% increase in espionage arrests alone in prosecution. In Iran, we have had a 50% increase, again, in espionage cases. And in Russia, we've had a 33% increase in espionage cases alone. When it comes to counterterrorism, year to date, we have 125 arrests this year versus 100 last year, year to date alone. And when it comes to the cyber criminal activities, which are some of the largest enterprises plaguing everyday Americans, we at the FBI have put out a mission to go after cyber criminals like never before. Last year, they had in total 191. This year, you already have 252 arrests. 52 arrests of violent cyber criminals who are stealing from senior citizens, who are violating our children's rights and freedoms.
No, Discord's not muted.
Americans. These programs.
Who's John Ralphio in this timeline? Stephen Miller? Or Keg's Breath?
That's killing our youth, 100,000 plus a year. To date, the FBI has seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl. That's enough lethal doses to kill 127 million Americans alone. To date. And if that weren't enough,
Are there 127 billion dead Americans?
We have to go after the worst of the worst.
No wonder we need to revitalize our workforce.
The deputy director at the FBI.
All of us have died 500 times each.
The FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives. These people have been on the run for years. And in 7 months, you captured not one, not two, not three, but 4 of the FBI's most top 10 fugitives. 4. And just to put that in perspective, Mr. President, the Biden administration captured 4 in all of 4 years.
Vance isn't remotely animated enough to be John Ralphio.
Who murdered her 6-year-old handicapped child and fled to India. We got her in 2 months. This includes a narco trafficker. This includes a sex trafficker. This includes another first-degree murderer and gangbang. These people were on the run because of the prior administration's reckless policies that destroyed our communities. And you came in and with a mandate said, go after the worst of the worst. This is just the beginning. This is what happens when you let good cops be good cops at the FBI. Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your incredible leadership, our great partnership with prosecutors who know how to bring cases and make sure these arrests stick. And that's what the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General have led the charge across this country. Because arrests without prosecutions are meaningless. We are deterring criminals from doing this activity. We are preventing criminals from coming into America, and we are absolutely crushing violent crime like never before and defending this homeland, sir. And not to mention, I almost forgot this one. It took you, sir, 2 weeks to get the Abbey Gate bomber. Joe Biden had 4 years to look for him. You got him in 2 weeks, thanks to the interagency effort by the FBI and the CIA, went to Pakistan, and now 13 brave warriors who were sentenced to murder because of disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. They have justice, their families have a peace of mind, and we're going to continue to find the others, Mr. President. On behalf of the FBI, sir, I just want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Gage. Great job. Very good. Very impressive. Pam, would you like to say something, please?
President Trump, the men and women of law enforcement say 2 things to me repeatedly. First, you have taken the handcuffs off them and let them do their jobs, and you let cops be cops. That's why all this is happening. The director, the deputy director are working around the clock. All of these great men and women in the FBI, they have families at home, and they are working during a government shutdown right now. Many of them have small children. Many of them, I was talking to
You don't pay the cops. What the fuck are you talking about?
And they are working around the clock to not only keep our country, but our world safe. And that's what Operation Summer Heat did. Thank you, Director, and to the Deputy Director for everything you did on behalf of the Department of Justice, and you're going to continue to keep doing. And they set the stage.
I can't believe they missed out on the
for what we're
opportunity to
doing
call
in
it
Memphis.
Hot
You're
White
gonna
House
hear a lot
Summer.
more about that, our joint task force next week, but they set the stage for Memphis. And last night alone in Memphis, there were almost 70 arrests. There were 12 guns seized. And there was a 70-year-old man arrested as a result of our operation in Memphis who raped a child under the age of 3. That one case makes everything we're doing worthwhile. So thank you all for being here on behalf of both of us. Thank you, President Trump.
Thank you. Todd, you want to say something?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. So this is a great day, and I think there's stats that the director talked about which are important, but I want to give two examples of what summer heat has done that actually will apply hopefully to everybody in this room. The first is for over 4 years during the last administration, there was a hotel in a town, the middle of a town in Alaska, that was being run as a drug den. There were over 1,000 calls to 911 over four and a half year period. There were multiple violent crimes, drug dealers, overdoses, and murders at this one hotel, ruining a community. Summer Heat went in there. It's not only arrested all the participants that were controlling the hotel, but seized the hotel. And so that's one example of what summer heat means to everyday Americans that just want to live in peace. The second example is a large narcotics trafficking group that was selling fentanyl in the state of Washington. They were shipping fentanyl and using commercial aircraft, putting fentanyl pills and powder in suitcases, flying them from the southwest border, mostly Arizona, all the way to Washington. It had been going on for an extremely long time, and the entire organization was arrested. And I say those two examples because it's easy to look at the board and see 1,000 arrests. How much different is our communities now compared to the past 4 years? But there's actual life examples. Every one of these arrests means that our streets are safer, and that's because of the work of this administration, of President Trump and Director Patel. So I will tell you, Attorney General Bondi and I are together every day with Director Patel, figuring out ways that we can continue to do this work, and it's not going to stop. Like the Attorney General said, and like the President said, this is just the beginning, or phase one, or a start, whatever you want to say. But it will continue on. So thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much, Director Patel.
And Mr. President, just one last thank you from the men and women at the FBI. You found a way to get these individuals paid during a government shutdown, our 1811 agents. So on behalf of the FBI, it's a great debt that we owe you, sir. They're now allowed to pay for their families, so thank you.
And the military. Good. That's right. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, please? Brian, go ahead.
Mr. President, first of all, I know the feedback I'm getting from the American people, they want to say thank you. Law and order is not an option in this country. It's a mandate. So I know the American people thank you for that. In terms of the guns that have been taken off the street, do you have a number of how many guns were taken away from someone that had a prior felony or a previous crime that perhaps we can prosecute that? Because I know that wasn't the case under Joe Biden.
We don't take guns off the streets of people that are allowed to have guns. So every gun that we're taking off the street is because it belongs to somebody who is not allowed to have it. Could be a felon, could be somebody who hears illegally. There's all sorts of conditions. But if there's a gun taken off the streets by the FBI, it's because the person who has it is not allowed to. It's not somebody who's lawfully allowed to have it. So every single one of those guns were taken off of people that aren't allowed to have them.
And not including the FBI, all of the other agencies. ATF alone, since January 20th, has removed over 25,000 illegal guns off our streets, just since President Trump's been in office.
And Mr. President, if I could follow up on that, could there be any further conversation to have national concealed carry applied to actual DC? Like if you had a driver's license in Texas and you had a permit, of course you could drive.
Well, as you know, they've been talking about that for a long time. It's an interesting question. A lot of people feel strongly both ways, but we are talking about that, Brian. Thank you.
Mr. President, on Venezuelan boats, I want to ask you, why not have the Coast Guard stop them, which it is empowered by law to do? You know, this way you can confirm who's on the boat and ensure that they're doing what you suspect.
Because we've been doing that for 30 years, and it has been totally ineffective. They have faster boats. Some of these boats are seriously, I mean, they're world-class speedboats, but they're not faster than missiles. But we've been trying to do that for years, and so much of the drugs, 25-30%, would come in through the seas. Right now we have, I would say, none coming in through the seas. In fact, I don't know about the fishing industry. If you want to go fishing, a lot of people aren't deciding to even go fishing.
I wonder if the 172 billion people that would have died from the fentanyl
But it never worked. It never
got
worked
6,000% off
when
their
you did it
drugs.
in a very politically correct manner.
What's the next step in this war on cartels, and are you considering options, are you considering strikes on land?
Well, I don't want to tell you exactly, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control. we've had a couple of days where there isn't a boat to be found. And that, I view that as a good thing, not a bad thing. But we had tremendous amounts coming in by boats, by very expensive boats. You know, they have a lot of money, very fast, very expensive boats that were pretty big. And the way you look at it is every boat that we knock out, we save 25,000 American lives. So every time you see a boat and you feel badly, you say, wow, that's rough. It is rough, but if you lose 3 people and save 25,000 people, these are people that are killing our population. Every boat is saving 25,000 lives, and you can see it. The boats get hit, and you see that fentanyl all over the ocean. It's like floating in bags. It's all over the place, and it's a tremendous. We're saving tremendous amounts of lives. Yeah, please.
On that issue, I know you've talked about. I have a question for you, and then I also have a question for Director Patel. I know you talked about
Ding.
some distaste for Boston recently.
I can't listen to any more of this shit. He's going after Boston now. So fucking it's like $3,000 a month to rent an apartment in Boston. There's no crime. What a fucking prick. Oh man, I really don't like the country being run by actual traders. Alright, so we kind of closed near where I expected us to. Slightly bullish day over yesterday's close. There was a bit of a bump in short-term vol and a little upside pressure. I was surprised at our low for the day, however, slipping back below the gamma neutral level. Still showing very weak support. We've got a nice little head and shoulders forming here over the next 3 days after the inverse head and shoulders failed this morning. With that slight breakout above 6,700. Obviously, this still puts us back in a fairly neutral position, but with maybe a slight bearish bias. Same thing here. Obviously, losing 6,700 on ES is the the level of importance to the downside, and then 66.45 is where I think we start to see some kind of like continuation. Maybe get a retest of the prior week close. SLD did start today, but we've got several more days of it until it's over. Oh, am I? There we go. This is the intraday chart. So you can see the head and shoulders forming a bit there. Looks like a very, very small penis with equally sized testicles. Dollar continued its drop from yesterday a little bit, not down very much. Gold and silver still up quite a lot. It does not appear that the run there has lost any steam. However, we did see yields bounce back at the front end of the curve there a bit, and a little bit more on the 2 and 5 year than anything else, but the 30 year is still kind of declining. We got a correlation, the drop in correlation today, not nearly as low as the prior 2 days. So these bounces to the upside are starting to lose some steam, and the dispersion seems to be slipping a bit. However, we didn't get much of a turnaround on that into the end of the day. Commodities kind of already covered. It looks mostly like gold and silver, some other precious metals running things up. Copper still not doing too great. Bond volatility still flattening out alongside the day-over-day drop in 3-month correlation. Out here, forward yield on volatility just under positive. We did close at that positive yesterday. We do see some leverage returning to the carry trade with the slight drop in the dollar, but not very much. I would say that the bounce currently is fairly insignificant, but we got a pullback in the 10 too, and that's maybe weakening a little bit of the demand on long volatility, but not very much. And this is still staying very elevated. I think that 30-day demand for downside protection is remaining very much in place. Skew. We got a little bit of a little bit of a continuation from the bounce we saw yesterday. So skew steepening a bit. The snapback in breadth is still isn't showing much of an improvement. We're still not seeing stocks above their 20-day moving average exceed stocks above their 50. So nothing running super hard. We do still have a slight bit of overperformance in Russell. And NASDAQ kind of recovered some of its underperformance from yesterday. And lastly, we'll take a look at correlation. Is still rising. So we're seeing correlation move up to about 66.32 here. Volatility slightly up on the day, at least on VX. 3-month vol really not changing much. Cash VIX not changing much either. Definitely closing above the low of the day though. Fed fund futures weakening a bit, pricing out a couple points out into June of next year, but expectations are still roughly the same there. And then the 10-2-year dropped about what it gained yesterday. And then lastly, hold on, I actually need to, I think I need to add SPX to this chart. Yeah, there we go. Let's move this pin to left scale. There we go. I can change the color on that. We saw a little bit of leverage pick back up on EFFR futures, but still fairly flat over the last few days. So the bounce in leverage doesn't really mean too much, even with a slight upside move in ES. Hold on, I just want to fix this. No, settings. There we go. Like rad or some shit. So let's see it. And then I guess we'll take a look at the technicals here. We did make it back above the 20 MA, at least a little bit more significantly today. However, we then closed back below it, and still below gamma neutral on the weekly. So I wouldn't say that this bounce, the first bounce or the second bounce, are really gaining a whole lot of steam, and they do seem to be having difficulty finding buyers higher. Obviously, a loss of the 30 EMA, which is around 66.22 right now, opens up the downside move out to the 50 MA, which is at 65.51. A loss of the 65.51 level is where we'd be looking for a continuation of the correction. If we can get back above 6,700 and hold it, which we're unable to do today, that might mark the next leg of the reversal back towards the all-time high at 67.64. Anyway, that's it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope all of you had a great day. It was a pretty fun one. And I will see you tomorrow. Later.